I have been yawning and crying for the past like 20 minutes, basically. I mean, not crying, but like, you yawn, you have to cry. It's been annoying. I, I don't understand why this happened every time I start streaming. Uh, it is a bit annoying. But it's fine. How are you? It is, I think, Thursday. Yeah, it is Thursday. The voice is kind of broken today for some reason. But also, reason makes sense. I'm just dead. Ahmed, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I will be fine. Oh, how was your day, or how is your day going? I feel like I'm too hot once again. I've been taking too much medicine. That's basically what happens, and my entire body is like in shutdown mode, trying to figure out what to do and cannot. So that's annoying. Yeah, I mean, I've seen better days, but also, eh. We have some potential stuff to do today. I don't know if I want to do that, but we might. I know I'm still here. That's true. Absolutely true. I forgot to press the button. We have some potential component updates to do on the style guide that we have. I was thinking about creating a secondary style. So right now we are in light mode for everything. As we know on Sony's website, we are supposed to use dark mode, and every time I need to like override the components to make them dark mode, and I'm thinking about creating a secondary style for all of the components that exist already. I should just do that. The thing is with that, and the reason why it's annoying, is I already have a ton of components that have been built, not by me. Some of them have been like rebuilt by me, but like they are pretty okay. They work well and all that, but they have been like structured in a certain way where I have like a ton of hidden elements, and these hidden elements will need to have like a restyled as well, and that's annoying in terms of changing, making sure that the light mode dark mode can work properly. So at this point I don't know the best strategy. I think the best strategy is still to have cat, hi, welcome on in, like the same components in the same variant group with a secondary style, but also that feels like a complication for the devs to understand, right? So they will see in the specs, for example, there will be a secondary state of, oh, now we have a dark mode option and it looks like this. I don't know. I haven't really decided, mainly because we have like a ton of components to work on, and even though the switch to dark mode is an easy-ish behavior, like basically, right, if I have that thing right here and I needed that to be in dark mode, let's do our regular trick to have light mode dark mode, right? So you have your background in white, background in black. Right now they are in multiply because they are in darken, so they need to be swapped to screen. But in order to match with what we want to have, you basically need to change the colors to a reversed order. So the 800 needs to go into probably this one, and the 100 probably in the 900, right? So right now let's do a full reverse and then just update it a bit. Rosea, hi, welcome on in. I'm okay. I'm not in the best shape. I am tired, and I've been yawning for like 25 minutes before the stream started. And I couldn't find the right music, so I went back to metal, but I don't know if I want to listen to this. And also, headphones had some issues. I feel weird, but I'm okay, which is fine. But yeah, basically that's what I need to do on most of the components, and I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, I know I want to do that, but I don't know if I have the strength to do that. It is needed. It will be needed. We will have a dark mode at some point, and because I know that my devs and other people that use that style guide would potentially appreciate the fact that there is a dark mode predefined already. I'm thinking about doing it, but also, fuck me, that's a lot of work. And the most annoying section, I would say, is making sure that I can have most of the components transferred to dark mode as soon as I can. So it's a bit of an annoying thing. So if I'm like, when you look at the tags, right, they are very, very simple, but I need to define what I want to do in terms of, let's say, where is that? In the foundation, which black should I use for the dark mode colors? Because, right, that is a thing. We have on Stony, we are using iron. I kind of think that modern or neutral could be good. Right now we are using gray, which is close to neutral, but it's not exactly. So it is a bit of a dilemma right now, and I don't know. I've been pushing that back for a bit, so I don't know. Figma, thanks a lot for the
Figma
resub.
Tellier just resubscribed for 9 months. Smiley face.
Welcome back. 9 months. You keep the baby. I don't take care of them. Not my stuff. But hi, I hope you are doing good. That you don't have too much meetings going on. Yes, I don't know. There's also like a lot of things that needs to happen if I do that. Like if I define that we have a dark mode in the shadows needs to be changed to to work with the dark mode, making sure that they work. I need to define the system that works as well, like as we said multiple times, in a dark mode environment, you are supposed to keep the same structure as the light mode. So, let me open Stony's things. That is good. That's a bit of an early end, but yeah. So, right, we have light mode, dark mode, both options right there. The light mode is a derivative of the dark mode because it's a dark mode first, so that's a bit of a different behavior. But anyways, the way that you define an opposite theme, so light dark, most people will say everything that was like the darkest becomes the lightest, and everything that was the darkest becomes everything that was the lightest becomes the darkest. Right? It's just reverse. So black becomes white, white becomes black, whatever. In reality, if you want to keep the same hierarchy, you need to keep what was the lightest in the next move. So this one is pure white, this one is lighter, and this background is darker, and so here this background there is darker as well. So you need to keep that same elevation, because the closest to the user something is, the lighter it will be in color. And so just a reverse of color, which is what Stony has done currently on the theme switchers, which is what most people do, is not exactly true. And so if I do that, I need to define that system of switching content in the foundation. It's something that I did in here, if I remember correctly. Like making sure that you can understand how both needs to happen, right? The lightest needs to be lightest, whatever. And it is complicated to define. And as I said, here I'm using iron, where I could use not iron. It is, yeah. Can you tell? I'm not sure. I can tell I'm not sure at that instant. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to swap everything right now. It would be much appreciated for Stony's side, because that way I can have all the components that we need in dark mode in one switch, one toggle. But also, it implies so much fucking work right there that I don't know if I want to do. Specifically here. The inputs, the drop downs, all these needs to have like secondary state styles, sizes, because it's not my doing, as I said earlier, right? Because these components have been created by another human. They don't really have the same structure that I like to put in place, and it's annoying. So I don't know. What do you think? Should we do some dark mode components today, or should we just continue on White Panther website? We have a bit of a loading done. Refused. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? How was your day? How is your day? I am so dying. I don't know. I mean, I do know why, but I have a bit of a thing where, because of all the fucking medicine that I took for the past 5 days, I am filled with pills and water, and so I have my bladder that is just telling me that I need to pee every 5 minutes, and it's not cool. I don't know. I will feel better tomorrow. Anywho. Anywho. Yeah, on the White Panther website, we have a loading animation now, which is very simple. It's not really a loading animation, but it can be considered as a loading animation. It's just a very subtle thing, just to have transition, but right, the thing that we need to work on the most, or not the most, but like now, is other pages, because I think we have a good base for I think we have a good base for the homepage, we have our effects, we have our cards. We don't have our clicks just yet, but right, themes, transitions, all that is done. Projects don't exist. Project is an outgoing link to GitHub. Post is a page that we need to work on, and About is a page that we need to work on. So I'm thinking about reorganizing the page layout to make sure that people understand that Home, Post, and About are keeping you on the site, and that Project is like pulling you out. So we might have like an icon next to Project to just really emphasize the fact that there is an outgoing link. That might happen, which, right, very simply just mean that. Right, that's very easy to do, but that's the behavior that I kind of want to see, to make sure that the user understand that Project is something else, and going out we might have like a bit of a divider also in between the two, just because. And I was thinking about adding the GitHub icon next to it, either in front or at the back, I don't know. But that takes space, and that feels weird in that section, so whatever. But let me go into here. That's the current landing page, which is really close to what we have. And the post page is where we kind of need to work on, or what we kind of need to work on today, I guess. So we have cards that are similar to the one that we already have, which is cool. We have filters, titles, and headers. That is very, very easy to do. And then there is the footer with the paginations, page thingy. So let's do like a full screenshot of that so that we have our base here, right? Yeah. You've been late for a bit, Stony. It's been a bit of you being late. Not that I mind. Kinda. Where have you been? You cheating on me? Can I resize that to 1280? No, I can't. Yeah, no, that's bad. That's bad. That's a bad idea. Yeah. Do that. Yeah. But I hope you had a good day. I hope you had a good day. 100%. That doesn't change anything. And being late is okay. You don't need to be on time. I don't need to be on time. I am on time, but it's just a me thing. Yeah, I agree. And also, right, I mean, it depends on you. It depends. If you are here, we work on No Mercy. If you are not, we kind of don't. So that's, I mean, you decide, in a way. That music is way too hyped for what we're doing right now. Way too hyped. So that hover effect is a shadow, and the card columns are not the same width. Okay, damn, that's a lot of mistakes, and 72 in between each card. That's a lot. How much did I do? 16. Yeah, that seems like a better option. So this, and that, they all need to be frames, right? And then this needs to be like so, in a tutorial. Cool. That's our main grid. Did I make a mistake? Yes. main columns on this one and main grid here on the post. And what I need to do is get my columns to field container and get my cards to field container in each columns so that they work perfectly. And then here, 16 is better. Yeah, it gives you a break, but also it helps you to potentially take the time to work on the things that are not design related right now, and I think that's a good idea. Not that it needs to happen, but it needs to happen, you know? So. Has no cover, so that we have these things. Let's... Bitch. Sorry. These are at 8, let's put that at 16. I know that it blurs the content and, right, it's not that great right now, specifically because it's at 1248 for 1280 website, and that's no good, but yeah. That's good. That is good. If you can do that at some point, that is good. I mean, we talked about it before, but yeah. I'm really tempted to check my my landing pages base that have blog posts structure and use that as a starting point, because in terms of layout at least. Yeah. I was thinking about working on the dark mode of these things earlier, and then I said, nah. Too much work. Too much work. So she already has one that is put in place to be like emphasized. I'm looking from very far away. That's usually the goal. I like this one because it's like easy to implement. I kind of like these, but that's a big ass article. I know you can't see shit. Brace yourself. I think that's the only option right now. Bad Cop, hi, welcome on in. How have you been? How are you? So. Holy shit, that's not centered. Sorry. I like these cards. They are fun, they are easy to implement, but they are different from what we have built. These ones are closer, but not great. Not yet. Also, I'm hot as fuck. Let me just take off one layer. Holy shit. It is, I should have used the 5-year warranty extension with posting something on the social medias to get like an extension of warranty, but I didn't, and now my seat is cracked. Basically, the right side of the bucket seat has its wiring just ripped off, so I can see the foam and all that shit. I know I can buy back a seat, but I don't mind. At this point, I don't mind. I think I will either buy a cover or do something else. I don't know. Yeah, you can do that since last month. Yes. February they implemented that, which is really cool because that way I can like showcase some of the things that I'm working on, and if I'm working for or with specific other members of the chat, like Stony, for example, I can have like a bit of a shout out that is a constant shout out on the title. And yes, it's a chair that cracks where my cracks. Yes, 100%. I like that design, but I don't think it will match with White Panther. But I like it though. I love this fucking thing. It's great. It's great. The read post is useless. Will always be useless, and that is absolutely not accessible text. But that's a detail. I think they duplicated. So I think Twitch duplicated what YouTube did, because I saw that on YouTube as well around the same time. But yeah, now as well on YouTube title, if the ad is identical, I think it also work as an ad people in title. Skull, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Welcome on in. Again. I don't know. I don't know. Layout wise, I'm thinking about this section being like best option. So let's just transfer that around here, right? Because we can. We'll just change the layout. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I want. I'm okay. I've known better days, but I'm okay. I'm just tired and excited, and also not ready where I should be ready. I'm not. Like, I'm taking a flight on Sunday, but for once on a Sunday, it's a flight that is at night, which is way later than my usual bedtime, right, on a Sunday. So, it will be the same as before, where I just try to sleep in the plane, and then I can't, and then I sleep just before I arrive, and then I arrive and I'm refreshed, and I'm arriving at night, so it's annoying. But yeah, I need to do my bag. I need to pack my suitcase. I need to make sure that everything is ready. I did the laundry today to prepare for some of the t-shirt that I need to have. I'm also just going for 3 weeks this time, so it's shorter-ish. I don't know. Right? Yeah, that is true. But I think there are some legal section things in Japan for consuming, not owning, like not having on you, but like just having consumed, which is not great. I think Korea has the same thing, or a similar thing. Tell me, hi, welcome on in, have a good look. Yeah, but also I don't know the legislations and all that. Anyways, so don't think about it. I think I will just use that for now as a basic navigation thingy. Let's get rid of that, because that's useless, and let's move that down. So we will be in a dark mode this time, right? That's one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to have the options. I wish I had used specific component already on White Panther website, because would have been much better. Let's make that fill container so that it's resized to the navigation bar right there. And yeah, let's use these, or let's unuse these. Okay, nothing is tied, I think. Let's also untie these two components. Let's use them in state default for both of them. That is easier. Same thing here. State is mixed. That makes sense. I kind of need to unplug them, unlink them. I don't like to do that, but I need to. Also, you can't see shit at that instant. I know. It is, first of all, not zoomed enough, but also on a black on black, so it's harder to read. You know what? Let's use pure white at that instant. I just wanna see. I think we're good on that. This could be black. Yes, same thing here. Let's use black. And then that thing is at the top. Let's use pure white so that, right, we have something that kind of makes sense. Okay, so if that's my grid with my pagination at the bottom, what shall I do? What shall I do? I don't know. Let's place it, shall we? So if we want to transition, because I want to transition, right? Denny, hi, welcome on in. Not much. Tired? What the fuck? Sorry. You are not supposed to be a component already, but you are? What the? Oh! Sorry. Something doesn't work. Something's not right. In the way that I build this, something's not right. What is it? Why can't I move you? Oh, I can. Oh, I can. Okay, so I need to do that. I'm thinking transition in between pages already. I shouldn't, but I'm still doing it because, right, it's me. I'm doing these things. Shit. Yeah. Okay. So if we have our cards right here, we will probably be in a 48 by 48 thingy right there. This thing at the bottom needs to be filling container as well. Already at that time of the day, I mean, you do whatever the fuck you want, as always, but not you, but you two can do that so that we have a cool overlapping section. I don't. There is like a new set of icons that popped in earlier today. Shit. 1 second. I think I liked it. Unsure. But yeah, there has been like a bit of a new set of icon that popped in my feed for the past 2 to 3 days that have been really cool. And as always, it isn't in my liked things. It should be, but it's not. I mean, I have a lot of icons in these sets already, but that's not the one that I'm looking for. I didn't save it because like it's $59, which is not that expensive. But let me see if I can check the archive for Figma.com thingy. It is right there. It is. Okay. So there is this. There are many things in here that I kind of want to talk about. The first thing being Figma now has this thingy, which I have been really impressed by. As in, I can now sell through Figma stuff. So if I have like a full design system UI kit that has been fleshed out, I can sell it through Figma directly, which is really interesting. And then yeah, there has been this UI icons things that popped in my feed, and the reason why I'm like not exactly the biggest fan of this thing is here. I talked about that intensively before, but as you can probably tell, the first 1, 2, 3, 4 rows are home icons. The next 4 are bookmark icons, and they have all the styles, all the options, all the variation that you can think about, right? Exactly, very spiky, very not spiky, all that. No, my main issue with these things is no one needs that much flexibility in a base component. There are stroke icons in the fill, in the outline version, but in the full version they are not stroke, and that's why I'm telling you maybe it's interesting. But they have like a ton of different variation and options that could be interesting for you, right? That song is a bit too strong. This one is a bit too used too. Yeah, I need to change the music. I need to find something that matches with me. But there is like plenty of icons. It is kind of free, right? I don't know exactly what you get for the free thing, but you have like a lot of these, and you also have in the property quick settings for swapping styles, which I think is really interesting. So you have all the styles predefined at the top that show you what you need to change and whatever, but I think it's a cool kit. It's just for me personally, having like a set of 25 icons identical is a bit of an overkill mistake waiting to happen. And it's not, as I said, right, it's $59, so it's not that expensive. You get officially, as they said, 12,000 icons, but like, of course, 12,000 divided by like 4 rows of 25 every time, that's way less icon as a unique pictogram, right? You get a ton of homes, a ton of bookmarks, a ton of arrows, chevrons, all that. Like I don't understand why they took the time. I mean, I do understand it. Like you need that to make sure that your system works. But like getting all of these, like I get it, but also they are well organized though. I like that. I like that they are well organized. But yeah. Anyways, so there is that is cool and potentially could be interesting if you are interested in a new set of icons. My icons are great, like the my icon. Why is it debatable? I would love to know why you think it's not good to have them in one page. Yeah, they look cool. The main issue with it is feels. Right, that's the main issue. Uh, I think you're thinking in terms of dev more than in terms of design, Stony, which but no, I yes, that makes sense. Um, what makes it an issue that there are no easy separation? Like you are looking for um, home icons and you would like to have a page with home icons? Is that what you're saying? Rather than having shit. Rather than having them in separated sections, you would prefer to have like a page called general icons and a page called arrows and a page called charts, and that way in the Figma file right there you can navigate the pages. Is that what you are saying? Or is it absolutely different and I made a mistake? Didn't understand. Um, mm. So So for here, for example, when I have a page that is called arrows, a page that is called 3D, that is easier for you to just get the exact amount of icons that you need. Yeah. I mean, specifically if you are in the interface essential, which is like just behind my camera right here, um, there is a lot of icons right there, as you can probably tell with the amount of purple things. Um, there is like a lot, lot of essentials, basic icons that we have in this set. I would have loved to use these set, but it's built weirdly. I can't use that. Yeah, I get it. The thing is, Sassy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? The thing is, and that's something that I did before, and now I didn't do it for ease of use, but it turns out it's not exactly an ease of use. In the file that you get, you have in the asset section, which is like right behind my camera right here, you have used in this file, and using this file will show you what icons are used in here. You can place that into like a list view, which is easier potentially, but technically speaking, if you have a set of icons that you need, that you know that you will use, that is available or has like some needs, you don't need to export all the icons from the icon library. You just need to use the ones that are used in the file. That makes sense. So for you specifically here, on No Mercy, if I go into the assets and the assets that we are using, there will be way more because we are using entitled as a base. And so in here, you can potentially check all of the ones that are icon related and then just export these as a base. Maybe that's useful. I don't know if that's useful. I don't think it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. Is that useful? Shit. What is all flags? Because that's, I mean, you talk about flags sometimes and I don't know what it is. So, what do you call flags? Oh, oh, flags as in flags, not flags as in code flags. Okay. The music is too epic for me. I can't. Anywho, okay. Yeah, I mean. Yeah. Yeah. So in the design file, you only have the outline option and potentially like the play icons or the pose icon in filled version. And so yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Kinda. I want filters, but I don't know if I want these filters. So let me check if we have like a set of filters available in here. I don't think we do. Not in the default. We have an email thingy. We have that. We could use that as a starter element. Designsystem.com is really cool. So that website right here is really interesting if you're looking into design system. There is like a ton of articles, a ton of content about design systems in general. There is a repo of available open source design system in there. So all of these things usually are Figma file that you can just duplicate and like deep dive in them and see how they have been built. And then the repo themselves, usually these companies that have them open source will give you their website in a way, website that explain the design system. So if you know Carbon, which is IBM most loved, and also Adobe Spectrum, these are the two most common reflected or used as references. Design system, they have good websites. So Spectrum Adobe gives you like the design system and then everything in there. So principles, what's new, you don't really need that, but principles are really interesting to read. The foundation gives you a base introduction of design tokens, how the scale of things work. So
Chankex1406 is now following.
Chankex, thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. So yeah, these are really cool resource. And then sadly, the best way to learn about them is really to deep dive and read the entirety of the thing, which take a lot of time. But as always, right, the fact that you have at least that website as a starter that gives you cool articles on how to organize your files, find references, all that. This is really nice, but yeah, I do love designsystems.com because it's one of the best populated resource. However, it tends to be a bit outdated lately. Like we haven't had articles in a long time, if I remember correctly. So, but I like them. But yeah, no, Spectrum from Adobe, Carbon from IBM, Material Design, Material U, and the Human Interface Design from Apple. These are the base 3 that I have deep dived into, and like really deep dived into, and read everything multiple times. It took me a huge amount of time, but now that with the way that my brain works and the way that I gain information, not gain information, but like retain information, I kind of have most of the content stored in my brain. But yeah, it's that's a good base to learn, and then so that's the article and the thing to read. And then the other one is Design System Checklist, which is really cool as well. But it's more when you are trying to build a design system. And so here you will have a checklist of the thing that you're trying to build. So they give you all the points that you need to talk about in a design system, and then you can just load the page and say, well, I have vision, that's cool. I don't have product principle, I don't have tone of voice, but I have terminology already. Okay, good. And writing guidelines as well, because right, we need to have that, but we don't have the tone of voice, so we need to continue working on writing guidelines to have everything. And so all that, right, in that website helps you to just be faster in a way, and it keeps tracks of everything unless you refresh your cookies and all that. But it's also a good base to make sure that you have a solid structure for your design system. But here, this checklist is for a design system, and most people have design system and UI kit confused, and I say that every time. A UI kit isn't a design system, but a design system need a UI kit at some point. So the core components is the base of the UI kit, what you need to have, but it's not just the components that will create a design system. So if you are just creating a set of components, you're creating a UI kit. If you are creating a set of documentation that contains documentation about the components and how they are built, you are creating a design system. Right. Details. Me being annoying about terminologies and words. But yeah, these two websites, Design System Checklist and DesignSystem.coms, are the two websites that I would recommend you to just check to deep dive. Robin Spy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? On this Thursday morning? Midday? Midday. Midday! You can see I was hyped about the design system talk. Holy shit, yeah. Design systems are really interesting, and they are usually not built properly. In startups, like most companies are just saying, "Oh, we are doing a new design system. We have a design system coming up," and it's like 4 buttons and 3 inputs. They're like, oh yeah, that's our design system. There is no system in their design system. It's just like, yeah, we have these. It works. As in, here in my color section, I have a color system. In my component, in the buttons, I am reusing the color system inside of the button to have a color system applied to the buttons. And this is what makes component system enabled, and the system, as we call it, is the ability to reproduce the same outcome without having to really think about it, and potentially to then in the future automate that behavior, right? So with my system of color right here, of getting my main solid colors with 500, 600 and 600, 800, whichever sub-level colors that I have, I can do that. So yeah. Two AM hard limit? Interesting. Why is it a hard limit? Stony? Shush. 2 AM is something. 2 AM is something. Yeah, I mean, I'm in bed in no time. Usually, when I'm streaming, I'm in bed late for me. Like, my regular sleep time is like 21, 30, 22 max. Then I'm trying to get, like, at least in bed at 10. I know that I will spend, like, 30 minutes to an hour scrolling TikToks. That happens, but I try to avoid it. Sometimes I can't, right? I know myself enough. But yeah, I'm going early. That's not good. But that's centered at least. Yeah, I don't know. When do you think design systems should be built? Is it from the beginning or after starting designing screens and see what works and what doesn't? It depends. It is... you start me on design system, we have a full stream on design system. I appreciate that. Both option works. Let's say that you can either start by defining the systems that you want to use in the design, or start by designing the pages and then figure out the systems. Both options are okay. In one of them, you have more flexibility in the creative process of each screens, and in the other one, you are more constrained, but you are faster. So if you define any bits of main components, standard list of components that you need to have, like the 96 component that you need to have to start your UI kit, you then don't need to think about them when you are creating your screens. So that's easier. When you are creating your screens first, maybe sometimes you will say, oh, here I need a button, it will look like this, and then you create another screen 5 days later and you create another button that hasn't been a component yet, and you design it a teeny tiny bit differently. So you have a bit of mistakes in between the two. And then when you will go through your key screens and say, oh, here we have a repeated component or a repeated element that could be converted into a component, you might see that they have some issues, and then you need to create a component that unify everything. So basically, when you create the base and the structure, the design system, the UI kit at the beginning, you are wasting time to be faster later. And when you are creating the screen in the beginning, you are more creative, but you will be wasting time polishing and making sure that things are aligned later. So there is, in the end, the same amount of leeway time to both options. I do prefer to have my system built before I start anything, because my system UI kit, most likely, because it's faster. I mean, it's faster for me later to go through creating any fucking pages that I need without really having to think about it. I don't know if you have an ad right now. I think you might have gotten into an ad section. Yeah, of course. Of course. Give me just 1 second. Need to align some shit. So if we are at 6. Oh, I should be at 14, not 10. My bad. I'm trying to align my radiuses right here. Not that it matters at this point, but matters a bit. They are a huge deal, but also let's go back to something that you haven't asked yet, but will probably come in your questioning, which is, when do you need a design system? It depends on the size of your company, it depends on the size of the project that you have, and it depends on the speed at which you need to move. So if your company is a very small company and the project is kind of small as well, creating a design system is a useless waste of time. You can just use a UI kit, which is, as I said earlier, different, and use that as much as you want, and that's it. And you will be faster. But if you're in a big company, defining the system is beneficial in the long term, specifically when you are not dealing with clients. If you are dealing with clients, creating design systems every time is a bit of a waste of time. But I mean, I can understand why people would do it. I wouldn't, but I can understand why some people would do it. So, right, whatever. It's a huge deal, but it doesn't make a huge impact on small companies or on small projects. However, it doesn't make a huge impact on client base project. It can make a huge impact on the company on its own if it's a startup that, well, just started and you implement like a new design system thing. That can help in the long run, but it is in small companies, it's more of a business decision rather than a designer decision. In the end, it's still a designer decision, but right, Hi, Denny. Ooh. That's new. Give me context. Is the context here? Oh, you took these. Damn. Took said product as a base. You are doomed. Yeah, give me a bit of context, Denny, so I know what I need to look for specifically. Oh, yeah, I mean, Stony said product is an amazing company that do like amazing UI kits, but their things looks so good that I know Dev wouldn't be able to implement the thing. Always, if you have more questions, feel free to ask. I'm here for that. We have an earning page where you can check any stats and then redeem your money. Okay. So I'm guessing that's it. What are you expecting of me right here? Furthermore, I thought of adding details of the bank account. You must set to claim the money. So let me be let me be a product designer that uses products that have earnings like Twitch and YouTube. Both of these don't have a withdrawal method. They do have an automated withdrawal of certain amount breaks or certain amount time. So there is no need for withdrawal in Twitch, for example. Basically what happened is if you go past nowadays, if you go past $50 in the span of 15 days, then Twitch will automatically send you what is in your account. And if you don't, as soon as you pass $50 in total, then the money is transferred. Before that, it was $100 per 30 days. So they divided everything by 2. It was 30 for range of 100, and now it's 50 for ranges of 15 days, 2 weeks, every 2 weeks. So every 15 days, yes. If you pass that threshold of $50, it used to be 100. You could do a 100 thing. That way you have less transaction fees. The benefits of Twitch is that they are so huge that the transaction fees that they have every time that they need to do one of these things is less impactful on the business, even though they are still not in a benefit. Profitable, because Twitch. And I think, if I remember correctly, YouTube is doing something very similar where you have earnings that are automated. It's not. For me, it's whenever I pass $62 transferred into euros, 50 euros. Usually. So that's pretty fast. Right now, I think I'm at 58. I should receive like a thing next week. That should happen. So we'll see. And then in the earnings section, I mean, we can, as always, go back to here. I don't really have earnings on that channel because I'm out of the partner program. I used to be in there, but I'm not on that channel. But yeah, it basically used to be the same. And then take like this. So that kind of works. Let's see. Right. So, right, I'm at 59. I should have my payout soon-ish. What we have here is the breakdown on the last 30 days and the breakdown on the last 30 days. So the data that is at the bottom and the data that is at the top is exactly the same. It's just two different representation. And then the subscriber thing, tiers, is just a bonus. It's not great. And then you can swap for more or less data, right? If I update that, I can see, since I started streaming, how much I made, how much hour I streamed, whatever. Right, I made $100 in ads. Yay. In 494 days. Dang, that's a lot of time. So I don't think you need a lot of content. Thank you for the screenshot. Like there is no, for me specifically, there is no balance that can be as much as this. Like you cannot hold 10K in terms of, so, oh shit, yeah, let's go legal. In terms of legal arrangement with the government, the taxes, the IRS, the thing that you need to pay, there is a certain amount of income before you get taxed, and then there is a certain amount of incomes once you pass that threshold. You need to pay some specific taxes, and usually these platforms, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, have things in place for people that earn money that like integrate. Thank you, Kane. Hi, as well. That integrate with your government. Like, for example, my government ID and my tax ID, everything is set up in Twitch, meaning that Twitch is reporting to my government how much I'm making. That's a very French thing to do. That's not a US thing to do, but right, it happens. And that helps me to not have to think about it when I need to declare my taxes, because I don't declare my taxes. I just go on the website, press OK, and that's done. So that's one of the benefits that we have. But that's a very French thing. It's not like this in the US, 100%. For you in Italy, I don't know exactly how it works, but probably similar because Europe. Anyways, so for that thing specifically, right? The minimum amount of millisecond for double click, double tap. I don't know. I don't know that information, Stony. If you find it, I kind of want to know. But it's I think it's usually a maximum rather than a minimum. Like if I'm too fast, it should work, but if I'm too slow, it should work as well until a certain point. Anywho, yeah, I think, yeah. So going back to the thing, right? So the platform shouldn't withhold a certain amount of money that would, on a monthly basis, make you eligible for taxes. So that's a country by country basis, and you need to define that with the IRS government of each country. It can be developed, but not by just one person. That's the base. that's basically it. I think it looks okay, and as I said, you don't need that much information, that much data. If you look at the screenshot that you took, and if you look at here, if I'm on Twitch, I know that in that amount of time, I received that amount of money that is coming mainly from the 607 subscribers that I have had in that amount of time. I have had almost 2 days of ads played that, like, not triggered, but like participated in that amount. My regular ad time per hour is like 2.5, and I streamed in total 930 hours. These metrics right here are very Twitch related. And for you, in a YouTube based environment, video watching or static video watching with earnings, the only things that you will have that are important is how much you have made for this period, where the money is coming from. And on your thing, unless you're doing something very much different than YouTube, it will be ads, and that's it. You don't have more than that. So I think, right? So 500 millisecond it is then. So the split, or the presentation of the information like so is a bit too much, I would say, for your use case, because you don't have gifted subs, you don't have subs, you don't have multi-months gifted subs. On your side you will have maybe ads, maybe tips or cheering, and that's it. So limiting the design to something that is very small and way more bite-size design is a tad bit easier for you, I would say. So here I would keep total earned in a certain amount of time frame, right? So earnings, and then I have time frame here. That's what I would do, like at the top, if I want to keep the same layout, even though that's a bit weird for your layout because you don't have anything on that section most of the time, whatever. Or at the top of the section right here, defining the amount of time spent, like I did right here, right? The last 30 days. That usually what I would say or see. It's the same thing on YouTube. And then underneath, the charts from, like, the charts we have here is good, for me at least. It helps a lot. But also, it makes no sense if you just have memberships, whatever, subscription. This is weird for me. I don't know. There's something that just feels weird. Yeah. Like bar charts for that data, I don't know if I would. I was about to say, I don't know if I would trust that, but no. I don't know if I would go bar charts for that type of data. It is. I don't know. It works, but also it doesn't. As in, so a circular chart is good if you are in a period that is small. If you are in a big period, like a donut chart for a longer time, not good. I do too, Stony. We can ask Maddie. We can ask Jeannie as well. I don't know. Maybe he's lurking. Maybe he's streaming. So, in a long, yeah, in a short period of time, like 30 days, the amount of data that you have is usually small. So you could go for a circular chart. That's okay. But a circular chart is taking a lot of space for no reason. A bar chart is good, specifically here when you have splits. As you can see here, I have like a split on 10 different data, and so they stack together and they give me how much I made in 1 month or in a day or in whatever. That's a daily thing, roughly. But when I go to, as I did earlier, when I go to something that is way further out, that data, roll easy, hi, thank you for the drink. That data is scattered and it is a bit more complicated. I don't know. It is in Japanese because it is in Japanese because at the time when we created this, I was into the Japanese thing. But yeah, Maddie, hi. Yeah, have a hard luck. We needed you for data and representation, but I get it. I can't. So basically, at this level of time frame, a bar chart is a bit more complicated to grasp and understand, and just line charts would be easier, maybe. Yeah, I know, but I'm not earning enough, to be honest, to give a shit. But it's not exactly a bannable offense if you are an affiliate. I think it is a bannable offense if you are a partner, because partners have benefits that we don't have. Anyways, I don't give a shit. So I don't really know. That was revenue in total in 490 days. So, like, I didn't make 2K in 2 years.
is now following.
Difficult to pronounce that name, but welcome on in, Yefsu. Sorry. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Yeah, happy to have you here. I tried to read that name multiple times, but I can't. I mean, for me, in reading that, that means that your name is Youssef, but also it's probably not, but kinda. So I don't know. um, it's not hard to pronounce. It's just, yeah, yeah, that's why. But it's just in such an order that either is reversed, as we do in French, where we place things here and there, or it's Arabic, and I don't have. I mean, Yefse is okay. Okay, I know. My name is Arabic as well, so I know. Not much, but mine are initials. So that, whatever. Um, so then, yes, I would say in the thing that you like. That you will see, right? If you are looking for earning dashboards on Dribble, like things look great and all that, and it's not. I mean, do we have lemon squeezy on that? Maybe I can't type, which is probably the case. Lemon Squeezy have very cool charts for their earnings, so you can take a look at that as well as a reference. Yeah, as I said, like it's for me, it's easier to grasp my head around line charts because I'm expecting my earnings to go up with time. So I do like that a bit better, and it's a very simple representation. And these charts are implementable because Lemon Squeezy is using that specific charts on their website, and they have a ton of them. Like a ton of representation if you wanted to have like not lines and just stacked things here are pretty good. There's also this version of the charts which are like in my views interesting for you in dark mode, where basically you know when you have had less sales than the previous months or something, subscriber and subscriber. That I do like the representation that they have used most of the time, and I would recommend you to follow these. So yeah, take inspiration in Lemon Squeezy because it's a bit easier. It's more broad earnings rather than media related earnings. So the Twitch one is really related to the split of things as subscriber, gifted subs, tiers, ads, bits, cheers, whatever. On YouTube, you have subscribers and, I mean, yeah, subscription, ads, and that's it. And then deals, but deals are different. And then on Lemon Squeezy or Gumroad, could take a look at Gumroads, that's true. It's more of earning per product, meaning that for you, because you will have an earning per video as well, I'm expecting. Each video being a product could be a thing to look at in a way, I think. And weirdly enough, I was looking at a Framer site thingy earlier today, which has some type of presentation for business tracking. Just looked at it for the header, not. It's not as good as I expected it to be, but yeah. So yeah, I would limit the impact of content. Right now you have many charts in one page. I don't think you need as much. I think a full width chart like the Lemon Squeezy one, combined with a list of the earnings like this, is enough. Like for me, let me do that extremely quickly. Extremely dirtily. Ah, shit. Sorry. Yeah. Basically one of these. I'm sorry. But yeah, I would have some stuff that would be like so. I think that would be much easier and faster to understand. I do like the points though. I mean, if they are references, I do like the points. I wish this would be filling container and in a way better format, but it turns out it's not. Ugly ass change, but it works. Something like this would potentially be faster for me to understand. And getting the metrics on at the top or at the bottom, like we don't really give a shit. Like it can be multiple data stacked or horizontally stacked. Like everything can work. Right? I think on YouTube you have the top performer. I think that's the thing. You have the list rather than having the list of the months and the payouts. You have the list of the videos that have been performing the most under your channel. Right, bitch. Sorry. These sections. Thank you, Sassy, for the bitch. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's the one that I was looking for. Um, you mean in production? Yeah. You can take a screenshot of this one. I think this one is pretty interesting. Overall, I can't zoom in more, sadly, but yeah. Um, I think that's basically what I would love to see in my earnings, specifically that section at the bottom being splitted through what gave me the most views, revenue, all that. I can't right now because, well, it is. I don't have revenues on these videos and I also don't have a lot of views, but that way I can see that this specific one that has been pushed in my recommended for the past year, basically, has been getting a lot of views, a lot more views than anything else. I like the fact that I can do that, changing the render styles. But yeah, no, I like that representation. I like the fact that it's per videos because it's more accurate to what you're trying to achieve, right? With your side being a more, well, video-based content compared to this, even though that's kind of works as well. I like the YouTube way of showcasing where you have posted a video and what happened just after, right? I had a video here and then I have like more subs or more views. I have the video here, more subs, more views, and then another one here and then it crashed, whatever. So the YouTube analytics is really cool. There is like a lot of content that, in my views, there are too much content, too much data points for my level. However, the newest, not the newest, but the bigger the platform or the bigger viewership a person has, the more interesting these data points are getting. So I would like I didn't know that Pot left a comment. Fuck. Is it a case that's the most popular platform have a very simple design as opposed to all the design? Yes. So the main thing is the most popular platform will have older design styles because they have been built further in the past than the newest platform that comes out. So Lemon Squeezy, I will say that name again a lot of times, being a newer-ish company. I think it has been founded in 2019 or 2018 or 2020. I forgot which one it is. But if it's one of these, it is not so long ago. Why? We don't have alerts for that, Stony. I told you. We don't have alerts for that. But I appreciate the $50. How the fuck? Why the fuck? You're the first tip ever on the platform for me. I appreciate that. And 50, damn it. More cakes for me then. More cakes for me. Yeah. So now that you started to do that, I need to create a new alert specifically for the tip. Oh my god. Yes. Easy choice. It's a sub-level thing. I just see emotes. I don't know what happened. What the fuck was I saying? Thanks a lot for the tip. I appreciate that, Stony. Yes, no, Lemon Squeezy thing. Being a newer company, their design is a bit more up to date. And then Twitch, YouTube, being older companies, they have rooted design in their old design languages, and then the fact that they are a huge company, updating these design languages across the entirety of the platform is taking a lot of time. As you can probably tell, the YouTube UI has been changed lately, but it has been the same for at least 4 years before they decided to do an upgrade. And the one before that was probably like a 2-year change, and the one before that like very smaller. So in the beginning of a company, things go fast, and then the bigger the company grows, there is a chain of commands, decision making, all that shit that basically push back the release dates. So for data and data analytics, most of the big company will be rooted in older designs, and they work. So you can take that as a reference. However, the newer company that are data driven as sales platform or other newer type of things that have newer design languages will give you more interesting representation of the data that you want to look at, and will be cleaner and more dribble worthy than the older company that have ugly ass design, if that makes sense in your head. So Lemon Squeezy, Gumroad, Etsy, Shopify, these platforms and their earning dashboards will have, even though Shopify might not have, but like these platforms might have like a bit of a better representation. So if you can find their teams on Dribble or Behance, get inspired by that, because that way you have the best case scenario that the designer defined. So if I were to, let's switch account here again because easier, like, I don't know, let's go on Behance. Let's say I'm looking for the Lemon Squeezy team. Maybe they exist, maybe they don't, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be in there. Alright, cool. Maybe I'm looking for Shopify. Maybe I can find like a Shopify design language. I think here I won't, but I could. Yeah, these are set products. Set products are just amazingly looking bits of design created by Alien Pixels, which, as I said, amazing looking charts and representation of data visualization. Just too complicated to implement for 95% of the devs that exist until they decide to release like a JS based version, pre-built, dev'd version of their dashboard. If they do that, then we good. But because they don't, you're doomed. You don't have, like, it's just a Figma file, and no, not really. I used one that is available in the community. Like, I just looked for charts in community, and I found like a kit that kind of worked. White Panther, hi, welcome on in. Well, that's new again. How are you? Nice charts. I think I used this one because they are free, or they gave it to you for free in a way. At some point, or there was like another one. But yeah, basically, like I found one that was okay, that had most of the thing that I needed, and then I just duplicated that. So, do the same. I am May too, so yeah. And I saw your tweet about meeting this lady of code. That was nice. I mean, looking at looking here, for example, you have a ton of charts that are available. I don't know, because it's in Russian, if it has like a price, but maybe. And this one looks pretty interesting. Let me send that in chat, just so that you don't have to look for it. Maybe it's good. I don't know. It's just like, if you find one that has the charts that you need, use that. I didn't really spend any time on that thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I converted a sketch resource into a Figma file, because I used a specific set of charts when I was on Sketch, and then when we moved to Figma, I decided to do a bit of a change. So yeah. White Panther, while you are here, I did a bit of a change on the loading animation, which is this. Very simple, very minimal. I don't know why I have this rotating thing. But it could be interesting. It could have, like, I looked for something that was easily implementable on in CSS. That's the first thing. And then the second part is I changed the order of pages on the header to get projects at the end, because I know that projects get me out of the website, and I want to like condense everything that is about that website staying static in here, and then what gets me out at the end. So I know that it might be a bit weird to have the about in the middle, but that's where we are. I have started to work on the post layout. I was looking for the search and the categories that you need to have. With that screenshot right here, but I don't know yet. I was thinking about having more. If you have more pages, yes, potentially we could do that. Yeah, I'm sad because project is the only one that has the transition that works properly on the underlining. But yeah, why not just change that to more that can work? And if that is the case, that means that the more doesn't have an underline, because the underline is the drop down with the options. Yeah. Shall we? Nah. So we need to do the design for that. Okay, cool. Cool. But yeah, I looked for layouts for the post section. I'm unsure. I wanted to reuse the card that we have because, right? But it doesn't match 100%. Like there are a lot of things that are missing that I can't really re-implement easily, like the tech that is used or the categories or that data. Like it is useful, so I don't know. Yes, there will be the category pages right here, but it's more in the layout section, meaning that in my card design right here, I need to think about how and where things are placed. I do like as I said, I do like the reading time. That's a good data, at least for me. So I would add it back. Like probably like so. Lee. Shit. It's my infos, I guess. Yeah, no, we don't need icons. I'm trying to get less and less icons as possible. Where's that fucking layer thing? Here. It's time. Right. You know what? Maybe that can be hugging contact if the date is longer. But yeah, we need that data at some point. I think it's pretty useful. And then the thing that is annoying is the categories could and might go into the tags. And if we do that, then we need to define the tags in advance and how much you can have. So right now, from what we've seen, the max that you can have is 4, I think. It's just icons for now, but you have like 3 here, and I think you have one that has 4. This one that has 4, so that's a lot. That is a lot, specifically if they are splitted. And so, if you can do max 1, that's cool. That helps a ton. But oh, I did add a spacer. Okay. I did add a spacer. Yeah. That's true. That is true. If I do that, you will hate me. That's too much. That won't help. I still don't like these tags. I think they are not well made. I mean, I don't like the cards overall. Let's be clear here. I like the effect. I like the hover effect, but I don't like the cards. I think the cards are way too much rounded for some reason. I don't know. There is something that just doesn't make sense to me. And the design of it, there is something missing, and I don't know what it is. I've been trying to figure it out, but it has been very complicated. And in the references that we have for blogs and cards for blogs, we have these cards that, I mean, we have a ton of them with a ton of different styles. And the one that matches the most or the closest to what we have are these two here. And I think what makes it interesting is the description. But that's it. And if I get rid of the description, what the fuck? It was just 2 fingers, my guy. If I get rid of the description here, the card seems less interesting. So there is, as I said, there is something that bothers me with what I have made on the other side. It is very similar. I think it's mainly something around the spacing, but being like a bit too crammed. Maybe it's just that. Needing more space. Like that section though. It's not good. I mean, the image for me is I need to have something that has like a ratio. My usual ratio is either 2:1 or 3:1, because 3:1 we get like this clean, wide, simple thing. And yes, right now they are very bright colors, so I get it. That could bother me in a way. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Let's look for an abstract, dark thing. Ismail, hi, welcome on in. Yeah, it will varies with the line counts unless you define your cards with an hyphen for the title specifically. That bothers less, but it still bothers me. It still bothers me. By the way, we did a thing with the header, White Panther, that I kind of wanted to do at some point, but also wasn't sure if we would do. So it's basically like a big ass pill that goes across everything. with a bit of a glass effect. And the idea for that is that it ties everything together, including the theme switcher. And the theme switcher, one of the benefits that we have now is that with a bit of a change of fonts on mobile, I am now set to 375, but it can still go down to like 320 with no issues and stay aligned. The only options is we are losing the Panther. So I don't know. But with 375, we should be able to have the Panther if needed. So at least we have that. It's a bit smaller, so it's a 48 in height compared to the 56 on desktop. But yeah, at least it is a floating, interesting glass effect that shouldn't bother in the article section. Not much. It will, but not much. But at least it ties the theme switcher. Yes. I mean, I'm not using a 16 base, but yes. Kinda. I'm using a very flexible, even, not odd system, which is just whatever fits a not odd number. I take it. Yeah, I don't know about these fucking cards. There is something that bothers me so much. More space is good though. More space is good. I would say that. I would say that. And so going back to the container being potentially annoying, you could have this as a base. Don't worry, it's fine. It is fine. You could have this. You could have like a max 2 lines of text with an hyphen. So if it goes above these 2 lines, it will crop the text, whatever. And so by doing that, by fixing that value to 76, we get cards that are bigger and that will always do or always have the same height. Ah, yeah, I always say hyphen. I think it's hyphen in certain language. Might be French, like hyphenate. I mean, I say hyphenate, but yeah, ellipsis. Same. The dot. That's a dash. But yeah. So right, we could have that. We could have the cards that have that set height. I don't like it. I think it's better to have them fluctuate a bit. Nah, whatever. It works. That's it. Right. Like, yeah, I don't know. Not that it feels out of place, but it feels out of place a bit. It aligns content, so I'm not against it. Let's keep that for now. That gives us more space. I like that. This is 30. I kind of want to make them smaller. So let's do that. No. This is a marketing website to showcase Twitch streams. It's not a portfolio, but debatable. We have some issues. We have some issues with the alignment. Yes. Okay. I guess we need a... Oh, shit. Guess we need a 3-5 to center align the content. I hate it. Let's not, shall we? Let's not. Let's not 3-5. And that's too thin. Also, it's not the right font still, so I'm still unsure. But that's better. Shall we go full rounded? Nah, I don't think we should. Yeah, no, not. I mean, it still works on because it's the one that you are using right now. As I said, I like the newest Netlify logo font that you have used. I mean, you have used, that is in use currently. The thing that I've shared this morning, this person is using a ton of ink trap fonts. So these fonts are really cool, but they are very hipstery, as you would say. But they have like interesting feels to them. Like this one is really interesting as well. But I still haven't found a thing where I said, oh yeah, that is White Panther font. I don't use LinkedIn, so that's why I can't reject or accept your connection. I never really use it. So, my bad. If you asked for a connection and I haven't didn't do anything about it, but yeah. I don't go on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is trash. When I receive messages, I reply with the email, and that's it. So yeah, that's a bit. I don't know. If you want, I can. When did you send a request? Send me a message, damn it. Interesting. I have a weird feeling about one of the connection that just happened on LinkedIn. I have a feeling that one of the person that has been trying to contact me is someone that is inside of my current company in a way. I mean, not directly, but like, yeah, whatever. Anyways, I don't like these. I'm really thinking full brain. Full rounded. Why? Why am I thinking that? I don't know. Because I'm biased with this one. Yes, 100%. That's the reason. Yeah. Can't say no to that. Imagination. Yeah, maybe. So you would do basically this. Why not? I think because it's too... It's too bad. First of all, it's not the right dark, whatever. Also, it doesn't take enough. I mean, oh yeah, we really need a 5-6 behavior to just center that fucking font. I hate it. Why not? I don't know. It depends how much we have elements and what are the interactions. If it's a clickable element, it needs to be way further up in font sizes and easily accessibility thing. But then it takes a lot of space in the card. Not clickable. If it's not clickable, I don't even know if we need, if it's just informational text, we could go into a regular section and not even have backgrounds. And or auto layout that give us just a tiny amount of information at the bottom. The thing is, for me, it would be way easier to have like a clickable element, because if you have a clickable element, like let's say your article is based on or is talking about that specific CMS, whatever thing that we have here, and you want to click on it to directly go to the section categorization page for that type of content, I think it's easier to click from one other article that you already have seen. Like if I'm here and I'm like, oh, these are Netlify content, I just want to see all the things from Netlify, so let me just click on that tag so that I have quick access, which is basically the same as clicking right here, right? If I want to see everything that is CSS related, I click on that and then get access to anything that has the CSS tag. But that's why I would have them clickable in a way. But if you don't care, and if it's just informational, then this is better overall. Makes things quicker. No, not green. Also, it's not the right black, but yeah, that's easier to scan and it doesn't bother the user. So yeah, Genie, hi, welcome on in. In the homepage? Like here? Or in your feed? Maybe. Yeah. Event, podcast, publish talk. I do like the, I said that before, but I do like these cards better, and I think, going back to what I said earlier, right, what makes them more interesting to me is the fact that they have a bit of a description. I don't like this sub-side description thingy fake thumbnail. I do prefer full thumbnail. Like, if you have a picture, why not use it? These cards have been hard on me. So let's do 4, like so. Shit. Nah. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, this one needs an ellipsis, 100%. And then because we did that in informational, we can go back to 12 on that to be a bit smaller than the description itself. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's better though, because it's cleaner. Then you will not like that big ass wide card. I know you don't like the wide cards. I mean, the wide cover cards. But I think that's better. Overall. that's a weird combo. So what I would do here, these things don't have descriptions, so on the home page you don't have descriptions in these cards, and then on the article post thingy right here you have descriptions, and that makes it more entertaining and more engaging for the user to have like a bit of a preview of what they can expect from that fucking article. However, going back to what I said, The title can go into 2 lines. Right, we've seen that multiple times. You have 2 lines titles. So that I think I have made a mistake in the font definition. In a way, like 24 might be too much. And the font is bad. I can't decide. I can't decide. Oh, shit. Why am I so tired right now? I don't know. These should have times because we need the time on the article. Yes. It looks tiny, but it's not in terms of font sizes. Something doesn't work. No, everything is red in terms of sub, so let's change that. Yeah, I know. My phone just told me it's time for bed. I know. I know. Tags. Bitch. Almost worked. What the fuck? I don't get it. And also, I bet that you should use a font for the fucking brush in the back. I'm telling you, you should. It will be fun. Because it will be fun. Because we can swap. The reason behind, right, is right now in the main design I use this one. In your main design you have used this one because that's the one that I had. And I kind of want to have the opportunity and the option to swap the font face paint in the background on reload, because it's just a fucking letter, and you can load one letter every time you reload the page. You have a new paintbrush in the background that makes it interesting. And specifically, if you use a font, you will have the ability to use this one at some point, and this one, which are very cool. Specifically, if you need accessibility things, these two here are really nice. But this one, if you use a font and if you load that font, you can have a thing that is like pointing to you and to your face, for example. Yes, on hover, you have that font that pops in on top, or you have that score on top of your face placed properly, whatever. But I think it could be really fun to have that specifically in the background, and that way we can have this. right? You can change the font that you're using in specific pages. That will be fun. It will be fun. Not worry about it. It will be fun. It will help dynamize the website. Yeah. You just need to pre-define the fonts that you want to have, and you should be fine. I mean, the letters that you want to use in that sections. I also did this. I don't think you can easily have that potential transition. I kind of want to have the article slide in from the bottom, but right now they are not available. Yeah. I think you need like an in-between state where there is nothing on the page, because it will be a bit weird, but yeah. Yeah. But that could be real cool. That could be real cool. I think. Shit. My bad. Oh, yes. Yeah, cool. If you have charts.js, yeah, you're good. That's exactly what you needed. I need to swap that thing at the bottom, but at least we have that swap here, and we can go back there. So if I click on this one, it needs to go into the light mode, and from here, if I click on this one and I'm on light mode, it needs to go here. I know this is useless, but it's just... yeah, that's cool. I don't know why the text is changing though. That's weird. Why? That's why. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. You can see the transition with the brush in the background. Teeny tiny details. I like it. I don't know. I mean, I think I like it more in here, because it needs to be in an overlay on this one. Yeah. I like the light mode a lot more. Just because it's pink and fun. I don't know how much these should be. I don't want to go too in depth on that, but what? What pagination are you talking about? Are we talking about the post pagination like this one? Okay, yeah. I will take a look at that. 100%. All right. So simple pagination, no number in the center. Right. That's what you're saying. So you want that, which is minimal center, or I could use this one. I like this one better, but yeah, let's use that one because it's closer to what you have. Right there. Simpler. You need to go back here, original, and you cannot. You cannot. I've read a thing. It's pretty cool. Really? I do. I mean, not from page 1, but if I know which page I'm supposed to go to, I usually click on it. Usually. You know. Whatever. Oh. Well, shit. Yeah. I mean, if you have this system, I'm expecting you to have like a hover type saying page 1 out of 10, and you can expand the thing that says, oh, you want to go to page 8 because you know that you need to go to page 8. There will be a type of filtering at the top, but I just can't be bothered at that instant. That is the truth. I just don't give a shit about looking for that thing right now. I should, but I don't care. I don't care. But yeah, there is enough space here to bring back the same thing with the search and the tags. I kind of want to have something that is a bit more simple to grasp. I mean, right? But whatever. Did you rework on that, White Panther? On that page? And what do you need to keep from here? What do you want to keep? Do you have... I have so many questions. Do you want a redesign of that page? You want to keep the table of content? Okay, cool. That's good to know. Can you have a cover at the top? Or is that never a thing? We go back to so you want a table of content that follows, so we are basically linked to this one or this one as a starter point, right? Good, so no cover. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. So we have either this one or this one. That seems to be my main options. For example, I don't know, like a wild guess could, yes. Still unsure. Eh. You don't want to use Atomic for the title? For anyone who doesn't know, Atomic is this one. It's the black underline font, which absolutely isn't made to be read on the title. However, I'm scared that... Yeah, I'm scared of that. That is true. I'm scared of the readability of a high rise in titles. Mainly because I know how it will behave, being like a mainly cap font. It's a bit of a weird thing. We don't really have like a header, so I didn't create a header, but I think having a header section could help. What the fuck? Sorry. No, yeah. So the thing that I kind of like was a header section, which contains just the title, right, to encapsulate the page. The benefits of that is that you can easily get a back button right here, even though you have the back button of the browser. Having a back button in the page can potentially help a lot. So, I like that, but also it's a bit more complicated. High rise. Right, that's my main issue. That we kind of need We kind of need that. Right here, here. There will be, so we will add things, but that badge could be implemented in the cards directly, having the date and the reading time, and or we could use that at the bottom of each card in tiny, so replacing the type right here. Shit. Right there could work. It's different though. It is a different thing. Multiply on this one and no, multiply on this one and screen. Where the fuck you at? Here. Screen on this one. Eesh. Of course, so base white changing to this. That you don't have. That, yeah. Yes. Yes. It's always good to have something to showcase that is close-ish to what the potential hiring manager has or can refer to. So if you're applying for a banking app, startup, whatever, and everything you have is game design, they can't relate. They have a hard time understanding, well, how the fuck will you like transpose your skills from game design to banking? I don't know. So sometimes they have an issue with that. So we do recommend to have something that is close-ish to what the main user might expect. It's weird. I like it, but it's weird. But I like it. Yeah, that's also true, Jeannie. Of course, it's very purple right now because I haven't done anything to it. Of course. I also haven't applied any of your colors or your fonts because you don't have a font. The main issue, Denny, with the translation is that the hiring manager cannot have the translation unless you are in the same room as them most of the time. And so if that's the case, well, you already have the interview, so you can explain, but usually you will send your resume before, and it's not Like it won't go through. They won't know. That's basically what I'm saying. It's just they just won't fucking know, and that's not good. That is bright. That using what I have at my disposal. I hate it. Yep, that's what I was expecting. Yeah. Yes. Specifically because of the gradient, I think. I don't like it. Shit. That was... You know what? That's a pretty okay ID. I don't want the chip to be more visible, to be honest. Like it will be pretty substantial already with that non-gradient thing. That okay. Gray screen. I don't think I can do that. I also don't think I want to do that. For reasons. Yes. So what I just did is, now that we have the reading time at the bottom, we can get rid of that info page, and we can get that reading time to go away. And we should be able to get that reading time on this, but I'm afraid because it's inside of a component, it won't go through. Did I click on something? No. The card will have some kind of texture, yes. But they have texture going through the background. I don't want to add another texture on top of it. Like, not much, not more. Like, I don't want to go... I don't want to go textured card like the one that you have here. Like that. Also, I went back to the Wayback Machine thing, and you have like a very different website here compared to beginning of the year. At least for me. Yeah. That thing. That is such a bullshit number. I hate it. I hate these. If you have an... let me say that. I say that every time that I see fucking numbers like these. Don't put plus. Just put the fucking real number in there. If you have the ability to get the real amount of number that is like live updated, do that. Like, this is bullshit. This is the most untrustworthy thing that you can do on a number-based data. It's like you can do like that tells me 100% directly that you don't have 3 million developer in business on Netlify. You probably have more than that or way less. And yeah, that's not an issue that people can track the little amount of growth that you have. Anyways, but it's not an issue. The fact that people can track, it's good. Even if you just gain 3 more players today, it's good. It's enough. You don't need to give more. Nah. Maybe. You're probably right. You are probably right. We're using the gradient, the background gradient in the pills, just so we have a hint of something. We'll just showcase a bit of pink here. It blends in a bit better, and then here it has just a highlight in the corner, but it's not as visible. I think I kind of like that. Yeah. Glass effect is a bit strong sometimes. We need to get rid. Are these cards only articles? I don't think so. Right? In the latest activity, you have more than just things. Yeah. Shit. Bitch. What the fuck? Why? Why now? Why not? Yeah, me too. me too, don't worry. I want the same thing. I want to just use the pill right here. I don't... Why? Why is this one locked for some reason? What the fuck? Whatever. So, Genie, for the debate on the numbers, I think it's a thing that I advocated for in my company, the company that I'm working at right now. In the beginning, we have a platform where we had, because we don't have it anymore, we had a platform where users, like random people from the internet, could post content. And the idea was that members and users of brands, whichever they are, could post innovative ideas for said brand. So a bit of a crowdsourcing platform to innovate with your main users. And so that way you can have someone coming in and say, well, what if Apple created AR glasses, right? And then maybe Apple on the platform say, yeah, you know what, we're working on that, or something else. Taking Apple, never had them as a customer, but whatever, or client. And the tagline on the landing page used to be something like 100,000 plus IDs for brands. And the first day I arrived, I was like, do we have 100,000 plus IDs, or are we like at 5,000 IDs? And we were at like nothing. So that was bullshit. And for me, as a potential brand using the platform as a brand, so I will pay you, or right, I'm a brand, I'm paying for the platform to access to something where you give me expectation of there is 100,000 content for all the other brands. That means that there is like a very huge amount of users that can potentially give me IDs. And then I arrive and turns out that I only have 30 people giving IDs, and that the total amount of content and items on the platform was like closer to 10,000. I am not renewing with you the next month because it is untrustworthy. However, if on the landing page, and when I advocated for this and we changed the number, we added the right value, which was a bit less than what was expected, the clients came in with the expectation that they will receive less content, and then they were blown away by the amount of content that they received with such a smaller user base. And the retention was better, and we gained more deals. So, in my views, and with the experience that I have, it is beneficial. It was beneficial. And I know that marketing will tell you it's not, but it is. At least in my case, it is. That's it. That was the rant. Can go back there now. But I get it, right? It's a fearful thing to showcase a number that is too small, that doesn't grow, that yeah, I get it. I hate it, but I get it. Yeah. But now we don't even have any number on the landing page. But for me, as soon as I see a fucking number, I'm like, yeah, I know it's a fake fucking thing that you made up on the spot to make it look like you have a ton of users, even though we don't. So, if I look up, I have a lot of reflection. If I look down, I'm okay. Because I'm looking at the camera most of the time here, I'm fine. My branches are not sitting on my ears right now. They are above, but from a facing angle, you don't know that. So if I'm sitting them down where it's supposed to be, every time I look up and I look at the camera, I have the reflection. So it's just placing that a tad up, so it's at an angle, and that angle is enough to not have the reflection of the key light directly in it. Secondly, on that screen right here, let me do one of these. Right now I'm looking at the screen with a bright ass white thing, and I have an ND filter on my camera that gets rid of that reflection. Trying to get it right here. Right, so it's here and then boom, it goes away. So when I'm here, you don't see it, and the angle helps. It's just a teeny tiny polarizing filter. It's really cool. The thing that is annoying though is it works for that screen because it has polarizing filter have specific angles that work for them. If I'm looking at the PC screen right here and it's white, you can see the reflection in the glasses. So it's a bit annoying, but yeah, I thought it will work for everything, but it didn't. It's kind of cheap overall. What camera are you using? I forgot. Are you on a webcam or are you on a DSLR type? I think you're on a DSLR type camera. Oh, you're using a webcam. So some webcam, if it's a popular one, you might be able to find like a polarizing filter for that webcam. I know that like your phone can have a polarizing filter, and that's enough. The thing that is annoying though is it's not strong enough to glare from the key light. So know that. It's great for a small emission of light like the sun. Small emission of light. And then also, in a side note thingy, my key light is on the side of me, and I'm doing my best to not have like angled with the camera light sources. So I usually have a second light. Can't see it. Usually have a second light here that I got rid of because it was useless, and I like dramatic lighting, which makes this side of my face with more shadows, right? Whatever. But also because I'm looking at my screen here, my light is on that side most of the time, and then when I'm speaking, I'm looking at chat, which is a tad on the side. I am looking straight into the light, but not into the camera. So when I'm looking and speaking to someone directly, I have more glare because of that bitch ass thing. And as soon as I'm not wearing headphones, the glasses are just falling down on their own, which is annoying. So every 10 minutes I'm like bringing them up. In the only time that I can wear headphones with glasses without having to think about when they are falling down is with two specific pairs of glasses that I have that are tight on my head, and the next week after I get a haircut, because I'm like shave at zero, and skin and things are good sticky material so they don't fall down. But other than that, I need headphones to keep the glasses up and with that angle. That's all the secrets. You got all the secrets, in a small amount of time. But yeah, you can see here, teeny tiny amount of glare. Just playing with the placement of your glasses if you can. that helps. That helps a lot. Anyways, so if we have this, right, that is right there, same thing. It might be weird though to get the pill thingy to be set above if here it's set at the bottom, but I kind of like the idea of getting it here, and then maybe next to it we could have the date, reusing that element in that header, maybe. Plugin content. What do we need? Can we? There is no need for that arrow. Yeah. Contacts are also a good idea if you can. I would say more complicated to pull off in some situation because of how fat your contacts needs to be and how annoying it can be. Oh yeah, true. That can go away now. On that page we can get rid of these two things. Really? Yes, a multiply here will work because it will work. That's it. Yeah. You do be trained, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shit. I like that purple. I don't want to. If it works, yeah. I hope if I have a good lunch. I hope. I don't know if I will have enough energy when you come back, even though your project gives me so much energy. Let's see if we can talk about it. I'm scared. I'm sorry. I'm taking too much time. That's not true. Taking enough time. Yeah, I like that fucking colors. I like colors. I can't get everything. Oh, shit. Yeah. Let's see. If I click on that, I want to go here. If I click on that one, I want to go there. And then if that works, so if I go into post, right, and I click there, I have my article, and that should scroll, but it cannot. Why? Yeah. that will not do well. um, not not the option I was expecting, but you know. Much better. Yeah, let's swap that here. Yeah, so it bothers me less in a way. Right at the in the glass effect. And we need that to be static, but I can't do that in Figma, sadly. I mean, not easily. I'm really unsure about the my rise on the title. I will say that. I will say that. Just because you can have like a 2 to 3 lines title sometimes, like here, and I mean, not saying that it will be a lot, but it will be a lot. Look at that shit. Look at that. It's a lot. I think the issue is coming from here, which is coming from the amount of fucking container that we have. Yeah. Why is one not? Oh, because of you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, but still, if I can figure out a way to get something that makes more sense and that can work. But see how complicated it is to read? Even though this one is a huge title, as we said, right? It has a lot with that font specifically. It doesn't help my dyslexia to work. Like I can change the letter spacing to stack things together or stack things not together, but it still has like a lot of sub, like there is a fucking space right here with high rise that it basically has like less space than the space that I have in between the tail of the P and the E, and brain is like, nah. Nah, that's add personalization is one word, to static HTML is another word, with is another word, but that's what I'm reading. Like these blocks of spaces are giving me the title, so yeah, it's a bit of a complicated thing in my resources, inspiration. Which one is it? Was a long time ago. I guess it's in resources, not in inspiration. Like around here. Yeah. Take a look at that. I like this font. Really like this font. We can make it like a tad bigger. A tad smaller, sorry. I always forget the fucking name of the font, but yeah. I like this fucking thing. Not that it matters. That is way too... Yeah. Yes. You think it looks so corporate? I don't think it looks corporate at all. I think it doesn't have enough line height. Like this needs to be 140, I guess, with this font. A bit more height. I mean, I think the brush in the background basically gets you out of the corporate world, but maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe we have your face on the sidebar as it is right now. I'm just thinking about the basic placement. I do kind of like it, but I also don't. Let me... Ollie, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? Can I apply that easily? How is everything going with you? It will break. I think. Yes, it did. What the... Why? 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 At least you see ads.
Ollie JT just resubscribed for 8 months.
8 months already, damn. Damn. Appreciate it. There's way too much content in that thing to be relinked. And I don't know why we have the container for content, but yeah. That container for content, the container for spacings that popped in, yeah. A finished project? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Can you fucking work, master, please? Please. Would be appreciated. It doesn't want to go through. I don't know why. I think it's because I clicked on something and it broke. Let's not click on anything and see if that... I mean, it needs to go over each and every fucking layer one by one to define its visibility. So yeah, that will probably take a lot of time. Anyways. due to the fact that that fucking thing is huge. Please share a link if you want to share. I kind of want to see a finished project. I don't. There is no override on these things. Can you please work? Oh shit. Are you planning on changing your picture right here? Because if you are, depending on which way you're looking at, I want to place you in the right direction so that you're looking either at the camera or looking at the article. So if you are like looking at the camera, I don't give a shit. But if you are looking at this side, then that makes sense to get you on that side of the screen. But if you're looking on the other side, then right, the classic. Yeah, I mean, I need that to work first before I can design it as I want. I think I'm not making a mistake, but making a mistake in terms of I can make that go much faster by just doing that and just changing the fonts. But you know, that's basically it. It's a failed project. Oh shit. I've seen. Did you share screenshots of this somewhere? I think you did. I like that. I have a feeling that I've seen that. I like the light mode though. I like this the subtle detail of the grid. Right here, the shadow underneath the player is really cool. The minimalism of the buttons player are interesting. You still have, like, you know me by now. This? The fuck is that? Hey, you know, it's just one more pixel radius on the outer, please, for the love of radius. Just one. You're not far away. You're like one away. But I will bother anyone that doesn't apply the rules. But yeah, didn't you share it in your in here? Did you change that again? I feel like you have shared it on one of the previous version, and I clicked on it. Welcome back, Robin Spy. I like that. I like that teeny colored. Ooh, I like that. Oh, sorry. These tiny bounds are so cute. Yes. I like that. No, I feel like you have shared in the previous version that had the grid on that side of the screen and the texture and all that shit. I feel like at some point I came back to it off stream, and then you had a thing talking about, I mean, not talking about, but like I saw that logo. My bad. I apologize. I don't know. But I like the design of it. It just, I mean, you know me. It needs Regis thing. At some point. Oh, you have a thing that plays automatically. Always. You mean on this? Yes. Yes. It has a bit of a weird shake. It's a tiny shake on the left. I think your animation is a fade in, slide in left from the right to the left, and it creates a weird ass thing because it's just on the text, it's not on the whatever details. But I like that. Interesting. You have a lot of Easter eggs. Oh. Not on everything. Yeah. It is for me a bit of a cleaner bento style. Even though bento is really nice and they push things so fast, but I don't know. I like their website. Eh. Oh, don't worry about it. Everyone hijack every time, you know. I mean, you know. For this page, your links page, yeah, I changed from Linktree to Bento as well. I do love the fact that I got the Bento /me /a, sorry, rather than /AOA, even though I have /AOA as well. But just having the /a is just so much cleaner. I'm really happy to have been able to get that. Yeah, I got the only A, so I was fast enough. I was fast enough. I think it's not really filled up because I'm lazy as fuck, and I just added like some stuff here and there, but yeah. /A is good. It's also right in there. Real cool. So Oli, you said you need ideas for my links page. Well, I don't want to say that Bento did a good job, but Bento kind of did a good job. You could do the same. I like this link page though. If that's the only links that you have, I think that's enough. I don't think that you need more than that. You could have similarly, maybe you did it. No, you could have college header based on the platform, if that's a thing. So Discord would be like a purple-ish, Dribble would be a pink, Mastodon would be, I don't know, whatever color they have, right? Similar to this, potentially, or maybe the icon can light up in colors. But in terms of, that's a bit of a complicated thing. I don't exactly know how to do that though, so I can't give you insight, but if you do that, yeah, that's what I was about to say. I would say it would be nice if the shadow could go on top of the next in line, but I don't remember how easy that is. I think it's just a direction reverse type of thing, but right? Like, also you only have the shadows on the, I don't think z-index would be a good idea on that use case. Yeah. Like you basically are in that realm right now. Not the greatest. Not the greatest, and so if you just had right first on top, that feels like a better shadow thing because it raised the content above everything. I think it's just a direction swap. And then as I said, right, if you get this with hint of color. So this one is Dribble. Yeah. Not really. I do also like it like as a subtle thing. In dark mode you don't have the shadows, so it will be like a glowing thing. I could, even though not true, but I could say that it's a bit of a no man's land in the center, and potentially having like a 4x4 base thing like the one that you have here. I mean, a 4x4. A small grid could maybe help to really link things together, but also, I mean, why that side? Like, there is no real use cases for displaying your username. In my views, like I don't really know anyone that would look at your username and rather than clicking on the link, go into the platform and look for that by memory for some reason. I don't know. Like I would just click on the fucking thing. I don't know. I mean, if you can give me like a reason. Do they really? Yeah. Maybe. on these two platforms, maybe, yeah. Yeah, then I would potentially like just swap the username underneath the title grid and then do a 4, like a 2-2, because that would take less space. But I do like this. I think that it's good in terms of width. It's good enough. Yeah, that's true. I haven't had access to Mastodon, not yet. Didn't want to. I might have access to Blue Sky soon-ish, but nah. But yeah, no, I don't have better IDs. Right here, I see things that are not my favorite things. I see that your profile picture transition on the border is faster than the rest of the background by like half the time, or 2/3 of the time. No, 1/3 of the time. Like it goes black faster. Details. Not a lot of people will have fun like I do. Sorry for the flashes. My bad. I apologize. But yeah, now other than that, other than the colored shadow potential and all the colored logos on hover and the reorder of the links to have the shadow that like bleeds through the next link, I think you had like you have a good overall design right here. It might be no, it's good. Yeah, because you don't have shadows here, just having the links, the colors popping in here could just make it more fun, but it doesn't need to be more fun. Yeah, nah. Will you do dark mode on this one though? Oh, sorry. Oh, everything is synced. Oh, that is cool. That is cool. Yeah. Subtle hover state here. I like that. I like that. Yeah. No, yeah. It's a very tech designed landing page, which works, right? You have the grid in the background, you have text centered. It really works like the rest of your websites. I recognize the style. I mean, I know what you're using as a font. Like it makes sense. I could say something here, but you know. It's a very similar thing. Do you still have the other one that had the grain and the texture on the side, or did you just get rid of it? Because I did like it a lot. That's true. That is true. Would say what? Oh no, on the logo thing, I think it has some issues. I think the gradient is weirdly placed. Like I don't know why there is something in that gradient right here, combined with the kind of highlighted shadow of the S, that I don't know. There's something that bothers me. Maybe it's because the S is flat and the play is not. So right, you have that highlighted thing that is not really visible for most people. Like, it's a detail that makes it interesting, but I because it has an impact the rest of the play button, play icon. Like, it create a gradient. I would potentially create a subtle gradient as well on the S section, just to uniformize the fade. That could help. Yes. What do you mean Fake 3D is hard? Don't you can't say that to me. Fake 3D is so fucking easy. Specifically in Figma, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't know, something in my head is telling me maybe there is like a need for things like this. I don't even know if I can do that in here. I don't think I can. It is sidetrack all the way down. Yes, 100%. But I mean, it's bad what I'm doing right now. Anyways, I mean, right? It is bad. I can't deny that. And yes, I should click on that fucking link. I agree, but I don't know. I mean, without that section right here, but Kate said no. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if I'm starting with the fucking fine, it's easy. Shit. You have a lot of shadows in there. Oh, it's tiny. Take your time. Ooh. Damn. As always, a lot of experimentation. I like the S shape overall. I like this one a lot. But that. Have a good bedtime, White Panther. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, don't worry about it. I need to change the font, but I need to find the font that works with us, which is not what we have here yet. But, right, it's either that or I'm going Inter, and right now I kind of want to avoid Inter. Yeah, I kind of guessed that. I like that. I like that idea. I like that idea also. And I kind of need one of these as a starter. Holy shit. Holy fuck. So much. How did you build this? How many sub layers do you have? God. Okay, fuck. I'm trying to get that thing to not be what it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we have someone who is known for details, so it makes sense. It makes sense. But damn. Damn. There's still the fucking glow right there. Yeah, inside of this entirely, entire shape, there was a background thing. Yes. Did you think? Shit. if I get rid of that, okay, and if I think that's a bad idea, but I just want to see the difference from this to this. I know why you decided to go with an outlined option rather than using outline per se, mainly for here, because of the angle. It looks better, but it's complicated. You probably still have one of the shapes. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. But you explored with the same sub-level, like here, right? Getting these these values. To get the P. As I said, right, I do really like this one because of the effect that you added. I'm unsure about the double same size, same sides thing. But I mean, I know you didn't go for that one. That men in masks, damn it. But yeah, the fact that these 2 or 3 points are fully colored and this one is faded, and then the opposite here, I would have like maybe reversed the heads, so maybe put the full opacity blue right here and the other one here, or the greens, swapping them to just get more dynamic thing. Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't know. I like the details of it, I just know that it's not visible. That's the thing. Like at 100%, that level of detail is just lost. Right. So we get a bit of a gradient, but we don't really get the benefits of the highlight. But it's cool. It's a cool looking base. I don't know. I can't really think on a logo right now. But were you trying to get like a very bumpy 3D thing on the play button? Because if that's the case, you can I mean, we can do something about it if you want to. So much, not N. It's a bit big. Fine. That's my background. That's my base shape. Right, that's my effect. I mean, you did a pretty good job on that alignment, I would just use shadows usually, because it's way easier for me to just like get inner shadows to give me the effect that I want. Yeah. It seems a bit wide for a 5 icon to me. Let's get rid of everything for now, just as a test. Okay, so if you have... Oh, that won't work. Oh yeah, that's true. That's a detail. Detail. Yeah. You used it really. It fits a square. Yeah. You just have the play button right here. If you wanted like a 3D-ish thing, using like inner shadows might help to get like a 3D looking effect. But because you are not in because it's not a frame that can have just 3 points, you get an issue on the spread of the shadow, and I kind of hate it. That you cannot touch the spread, and I think if we could touch the spread here, that would help 100%. Get the thing a bit easier. Values, I don't know how to say that. Yeah. There's like one simple thing you can potentially do to get the 3D effect, but that is annoying. It's adding a layer blur in 1 point, or at this size, maybe in 2 points. That creates like a bit of a feathered edge that make the shape more 3D. just because it's just the edge and what we call the fall off of shadows in 3D that just helps. And then to render that thing again, you could add another inner shadow that is in a reversed order. So here we would be, let's put that at 100% for now so that we see where we are. Like right here, right, to get that feathered edge and fall off. And then as always, using like darken or multiply will help you to get the right color through in the blending mode for your shadows, and then you can get that really cool 3D effect. But as I said, this, even though it's cool, right now it is 500 in height, and in a rendered version of a favicon it would be 40 pixel maybe. And in pixelated render, we lose a lot of details. Right, it's fine here, but in pixelated, you still have the shadows and all that shit. But... and even then, 40 pixel is wide. And I would potentially get something a tad bit lighter as a base. This felt is orange, so having like a bit of a... it's double the size. A favicon, that's the size of a favicon at 100%. So you can see how it's basically double the size. So if I, once again, half it to get something that is like closer, I bet. To get that, right? That's the value in pixelated format. You Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. That's why we have the stronger gradient right here. Which makes sense. But if you do so, emphasize a bit more on that. But still, it still looks like a pebble, and the layer blur right here should be like at 0.2 on that version because we are so zoomed out. That blurs the edges. Maybe. Nah. Bumps and textures. Shit. Bitch. It doesn't want to take that fucking point. Has a really rubber feel to it. At that level, pixelated, not exactly visible, but you know, details. I told you 3D is pretty easy. Once you understand light, 3D is pretty easy. And then in here, like if you wanted to really have like a lighting type, you just have this with a gradient rather than a solid color. And you can just bump the opacity of them. This one is currently at 20. I think if we make it at 60 on here, probably 80 on this one. Probably the opposite though. 60 on this one. 60 on this one as well. So it might be 80. A tad strong. Yeah, you get that the texture. Anyways. You see how complicated to work on that at that level of thing. The gradient is not long enough. Needs to have a different fall off on it. Anyways, I will leave you that thing in the ID page because I don't want to mess up the file more. I think this needs more shadows and gradients that you already did. I kind of like the idea of getting that fall off color with a bit of orange in it, just to like go with the svelte color. But complicated. But no, 3D is easy. Fake 3D, flat 3D is easier, but yeah, here I think it's okay. It's just the fact that the S doesn't have it bothers me, so I would potentially combine that 3D effect with the S a bit. But yeah, the rest of the page is great. Other than the autoplay when you come back, when you go to demo and then you come back and it just fucking plays for you, that's bothering me, but fine. White Panther went to bed, so no more White Panther. Not just yet. Not just yet. Oh, but inspired. Let's before I go to bed, let's take a look at this. Yes, Stoney's still here. I like how I have like a track update of what you all do on your projects. All right, what do we have here? Okay, cool. I like the fact that you changed that section right here. That's a good update. You added a bit too much of a radius right here and not enough. Like, it's really sharp. That's a detail. And shadow. You did a reverse texture. That's interesting. So having the shadow here is a bit of an interesting thing. We usually do it the other way, right? Because we have a paper on top of a flat surface. Flat surface would be the white section. So I would have had a downward going shadow, but you did it reversed, which is interesting. However, it creates this weird thing in my brain saying that the font that is here should be a handwritten font because it's on a textured paper. So kind of something similar to this, but finding a right handwritten font might be way too complicated. So details. If you just reverse that, that could potentially help my brain. Maybe it's just the shadow that you did that looks wrong. Then mastering shadow is complicated, so I get it. Have a good food time, Holy. Yeah, you see here, that doesn't bother me as much, but then I understand with the top section, it makes more sense. That's cool. That is cool. Handwritten plus, 100%. Textured dash, 100%, but really cool. Maybe too rounded, but I like that roundness. It's a lot of data right here, like a lot of positional value, but you said something. You said what? You said you said something about nutritional value earlier. I don't know, I forgot. Whatever. Oh, you said that in Discord. That's where you said things, right? Yes. I'm not sure about the usefulness of the separator here, the divider right there. Does it really help or give you any information? So you can get rid of that. Personally, I would get rid of that. Like, right? If it doesn't help, why have it? I like that toggle, not design-wise, but feature-wise. I like that toggle. I would just swap the toggle in the text. So, getting the toggle right here and the indoor right there. just because further right is where you are expecting to see your buttons, and further left, right, the further away are the clickable elements. So it would help a bit to balance also with the fully rounded thing here and then fully rounded thing here. That's a fairly easy swap. The divider might not be useful either on this one. Looking at it and I'm like, you know what, maybe if you get rid of that. Nah. Might not. It might be too present, so maybe a tad less strong. Same thing here then. Same thing here, I mean, you get the idea. If the nutritional fact is fully expanded, I'm expecting to be able to retract it. So I'm expecting to see a button that says like see less. Right, you have show all tips. I'm expecting something that says show all nutritional facts somewhere, and then an option to like show less or things. I really like the recipe thing at the bottom. I would do that. Subtle shit like this that will just make the year a bit more fun, and I think it was better on this in this direction. It's subtle, like I didn't do much. I did 2 degrees, could go with 3 degrees maximum, I think, but even 3 seems too much. But just for the one that isn't filled out yet, because it's not set, right? It's not set, a bit offset, and then you set it up and it's straightened, and then you have another one that's whatever. Right, you did something like this to stack. I don't think so. I think the tips needs to be read. I think everything that is user taken, like a note on the side of the page, yes. If you have a note section, I remember that you saying that there will be a note section. If there is a note section, like here, let's say that this is like add a note, then yeah. 1 second. Nose said it's time to sleep. Let me go back here. Yeah, that's much better. I still have beef with that space right there. That's haven't talked about it, so you can't know. But yeah, I don't like it. Let me try something though for a second. No space. That's it.
Fresh__GG is now following.
Fresh GG, thanks a lot for the follow. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? As always, happy to have you here. I just want to try that out to make sure that you're right. because I know you're right, but I just want to make sure that doesn't bother me. Fresh GG, the name seems familiar for some reason. I mean, I guess it's the GG at the end. But fresh, welcome on in. Let's add an inner shadow on this one, because that would be a thing like this. I'm currently crying. Interesting. Didn't expect that to happen. Meh. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think it could benefit from maybe. Now it's too strong. Welcome back, Oli. Nah, I don't like it. Fuck. Don't do that. I don't like. Nah, I don't think it looked good. It's fine, but no, we already have like a pepper texture on that. We can't have too much texture. I mean, we can, but I wouldn't recommend it. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Give me like a 2-minute pee break, because it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. I haven't left the fucking chair. Give me 2 minutes. I do not ever plan to do 24-hour streams. I think I can't. Yeah, that I do be weak. I am like it. No, can't do that. I'm dead. I'm dead already. Can't. No. That last one is way too strong. Details. Yeah, nah, not doing 24 hours. Not in my chords. Can't do that. Can't do that. I'm basically doing, as I said, most of the time, right? I'm basically working 8 hours a day at work, and then I stream, and I've been streaming for like 4 hours and 30 minutes right now. So that means my working hour right now is 12 hours. And I woke up at 7. So, man, it's a long time. It is a long time. I might go to sleep soon because it's 11, right? Shit happens. I don't like this thing. I mean, it's fun, but I don't like it. So let's get rid of that. For now. For now. I mean, you decide on your work days. I just know that what I just said is for my work day. So, but if you want to share your work day, yeah, please do so. In terms of the table of content, I'm not sure. It it depends on you. It depends on the amount of content that you think you will have. Ashley, hi. Welcome on in. It is late. How is you still awake? I mean, it's Thursday, so I get it. But welcome on in. I hope your day was good. Yeah, it depends on the amount of content that you think you will have on each plants. There was a thing. 1 second. There was this thing that I saw earlier today in, I think, on my likes. Right there. So that timeline thingy right here, with the ... in the middle, right? Implying that there is potentially more information in there could be interesting for you in terms of timeline, because you could have some in-between states that are not exactly interesting for most people, but you can expand them. So having like your main state of planting that time, first growth, blah blah blah, harvesting time, and then in between you can have like sub-level tips of in between your planting and your first growth. We recommend whatever chemical, non-chemical, covering technique, watering technique, right? That could be a bit of an expansion on the main timeline that you could add. Right, it's like the growing instruction is also here, but it's like combining the combining both, making sure that the user get everything in one go rather than having them splitted, because the timeline that you have for planting is, I mean, the content that you will have in early April planting is basically more details and instruction that then push you here. So it's like, why are you moving me down when I need to go back to late April after, even though the thinning thing is here, right? So getting everything in a similar format could be interesting. Let me send that here. Do you have access to that design? TD, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How are you awake? How am I awake? And that basically would potentially combine tips that are related to the situation and the timeline, which I think, in my views, are pretty interesting. Yeah, it's 10 for you, it's 11 for me. That is true. You have one less hour. Only 10. I'm usually in bed at 10, so right, only 10. Not, you can see my face. I'm tired. Shit happens. A lot of discussion today, which was fun. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I just said that for the timeline thingy. It's an ID. I'm trying to think in in user like mindset of, I want to plant broccoli because I have seeds and why not plant them? What will go through my head as someone who has never planted anything indoors, for example? What would I say to myself? And I think I would have something that says, how long would that take for me to grow broccoli in its entire time? And so if you have the main 4 points of the timeline like laid out without the instructions, and then so that's basically it, right? In my head it's like, okay, how long would it take? So I'm planting here, 4 months later I have broccoli. Okay, fine, interesting. How complicated is it? So I click on expanding instruction for planting. Okay, so you just put the fucking seed in the soil, and then I need to water it every 3 days until thinning. Okay, so that means thinning is taking like 2 weeks. Fine, I should be okay. And then I move on to what after. After I don't need to do anything, maybe a bit of fresh soil sometimes. Alright, I can do that. Let's go plant. I think that would be my behavior. Right? So that's also because I'm a lazy ass and I want to do things in a simpler way. So I don't want to be like, yeah. I don't want to be bombarded with information that I don't need at first glance. And so for my use case of, I just want to know how long it take, how complicated it will be, and do I have the patience to do the things. That's the order in which I kind of want to see things. So how long it will take, expanding, how complicated will it be, is it 20 steps, is it 3? I don't have the patience for 20, I have the patience for 3, so let's go for 3, it's fine. So yeah, potentially that timeline expansion could be interesting. It might not be inside of each cards. I wouldn't say like it's that card that expands itself. It might be just a subtle thing in the middle that just has like a more details and instructions as a badge label thingy right there, maybe. But yeah. Yeah, basically the first pass is, can I do it, or do I want to do it? I mean, quick back here, because that's an important thing. As myself, as me, the only reason for me saying would I do it or can I do it is I have the fucking seeds. If I don't have the base, I wouldn't go out of my way as a non-planter to say, oh, I'm looking for planting this specific thing and I don't know how to do it, which is another use case. But for myself, not being someone who plants, I would say, I have the fucking seed, can I do that? However, going back to the example of someone who knows planting and is looking to plant broccoli but doesn't have the seed yet, the behavior would be, in my views, a bit similar in terms of, okay, so if I get the seeds, how much time will it take? And so having the overview with months is easy. And then the expansion could be a deterrent. For some people, it could be a bit annoying to people who knows, right? Who just want to know the entirety of the instruction right away. Could be annoying to have to expand each section. That's true. Nah. Could. I'm thinking about something. Let me just do a quick test right here. Shit. It's not that I hate it, it's just it has been overused. Stony. That's it's the main reason why most people don't really like it. Just at some point in time, it was such a present thing. But Roboto is fine, it's a fine font. It works well though. Yeah, stream tomorrow officially if I'm not too tired. Which can always happen. But yeah. Have a good rest of your day, Danny. Thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. just want to see if that works. I don't think it will, but yeah. Who is refusing to load the fonts? Looney? What the? 1, 2, 3, right? 1, expand, 2, expand, 3, expand. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about at all. Like, I am lost at that instant. Shit. Why, bitch? Why? 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 Okay, whatever. 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a potential behavior for me. Not the greatest, right? But I get it. Like, I don't need the information for harvesting. I don't need the information for the rest. Like, when I'm arriving in that page for the first time, I just need that, and I don't really need the rest of the content. So maybe I have the tips, maybe I have some other things like in here that needs to be pushed. Right, so I'm here, I'm like, okay, you have like a lot of content, whatever, and then if I click on that, it's expand, then it pushes the content, right? That seems like an okay option. Oh, I forgot that. Right. Mainly also because I have that view ID. Of potentially that right could be retracted potentially. I'm trying to think about what I want to see, right? That's basically it. Just I'm arriving here, I know I have broccoli seeds, whatever, okay, it takes that amount of time, cool. I have some tips, cool. If I want to see the nutritional facts, I can click on that to expand, and then I can see that I have recommended 3 recipes that are available. I can click on them and then expand that. But then here, right, I figure out maybe there is something in the middle, whatever, that says, yeah, that's the planting season method, whatever, and that's it. Like in my views, I wouldn't need to click on late April when I'm arriving for the first time. I would come here and say, okay, so I have the seed. What do I do with them? Cool. Let's start with that. And then once that's done, maybe I come back to the computer and I'm like, okay, and then late April, I need to check for that. So I'm going to my calendar because I'm a planting person. I have a physical calendar. I'm doing a cross saying broccoli needs to be checked. Cool. And then late May, early June, get like a bit of a stretch section that says it's time to harvest. You will probably see how it looks, but whatever. Calendar, small cross thingy, but I probably wouldn't expand the sections directly. would be the best option for me, I think. Probably. What type of you said changes needed in the design of said instruction? Of course, yes, kinda, but not exactly. I think that design could work. Like, I mean, spacing and all, but I think that design can work if it's either align with the text or even like this. I think that's okay. Like, it's just moving cards around and that's enough. Maybe. The horizontal one or the vertical one? I think the vertical one, yes. I think they are helpful in a way to convey time. This one, debatable, specifically because you are not really aligned with your title and font. But that's a detail. I think some of them might be aligned, and maybe it's just the font that has like a bit of a slit of 3 pixels in front of each letters when they are in a big font. Sometimes that happens. I'm doing my best to repress my needs for minimalism in the design, because we know that the users of that website will have vision impairment, not necessarily a good tech skills. So there is so much shit I want to just get rid of that is kind of needed for that use cases. Yeah, like I would love to have the one right here to be a bit more subtle for the outline, for example. like probably do something like this for me to make it less visible, but also, right, details. Details. Also, you just saw me do the ugliest trick in the book, adding like a radio gradient on top of something. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's really an interesting like behavior for me to just say, I want to know the steps before I can know the content of each steps. But that's a very personal thing. I know that a lot of people needs to have all the steps expanded first. So depending on the use case and depending on the target users, you need to do some interviews to make sure that that is an hypothesis that work for you and for that project. I just know that for me, I like to have a big picture of what the fuck I need to do, and then I go into the details. But yeah. Like, for example, my sister is the opposite. She has a need for details first, and I have a need for, okay, what? Okay, cool. How do I do that thing? And yeah, it depends. It really depends on the person. So, hold it out, make sure that it's an option. And the expansion could be really cool. The design that is here is really cool. I like it. But what triggered that reflection was your sidebar of table of content. Because if I have my table of content, I just read the table of content, I'm done. Thank you for that. Oh, interesting, Stony. Didn't know that. Don't use Roboto for them then. But yeah, if you use like a table of content, a minimized version of the table of content on the side that has these expansion potential, and then on click you have the details on the side as a full width thing. That's also really interesting. That's a very different behavior than what I just mapped out here. But shit, not that one. This one. Holy fuck. Yeah, well, that will do the trick for now, I guess. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, fine. IDs. Be ready for weird, right? Okay, Just telling you right now. Shit. I wish that was like easier to resize, but it's not. I'm scared of, bitch, I'm scared of the result. Scared of the result here. Let's say I don't need that on that option. Might have made a mistake on the resizing here, but that's fine. Shit. Right. I don't know. It feels weird. It feels less good than this, to me. Like I way much more prefer that to just a teeny tiny expand, right? You just expand it, it's good, compared to here where you already have something like, I mean, design-wise it needs to change, but you need to know that you need to click on the cards on the side to make the content appear, which is a tad more complicated to achieve, I guess. Technically, it is just a matter of doing that or this, right? You get that in a faded option, and that's enough usually. Or the background is different or whatever, like tabs, but no, I don't like it. It was just an idea. Forget about it. Yeah, but this one's better. Personally, at least. This one is a bit of a better behavior. I don't know, it's a timeline. So it's vertical, it's kind of okay. I mean, timeline now was it horizontal usually, but vertical timeline kind of works. I guess. Then now the question for me is like, does that matches with what we are trying to achieve, right? Because it does, but not entirely. There will probably be a need for small tips in these sections, like very, very specific tips on the first step, right? You have the first step, and then on that first step, you have a very early tip of make sure that you like dig a hole with your finger that is like not too deep, I don't know, to put the seed in, rather than using like a planter, because planter gives you a coning thing and it just like compress the soil on the side, whatever. I'm making shit up. Right, so specific tips for specific steps that might expand the section expansion, like it expand and it has like more content because, right, it needs to. But then in the tips section, I would remove or put them at the end of the list, the one that already have been cited before. Yeah, if it's an aside thing, yeah. So with that, it's either redundancy or it is like a general tip section underneath rather than a specific. And what the fuck? Stony, I need to click on that. What is this? Oh, why is it called VS Code? It takes ages to load, and it loads just one section. But at least you have all the icons in. Bitch, what? Sorry. Or is it two different dashboard icons right there? Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Shit. Fine. He's far away. You can do that. I need to not show that, right? We know now. I wish your I got a content ID check. Yeah. So I see English text. The thing is, the player doesn't fucking go away, and it's under the player. So, yeah. It's the fucking things stay there. Yeah, there is no Roboto font right there. That's what I can say. NC, no Roboto. It's fine if it's not used. It's a weird font that you have though. Can't really show you because, right? Classic. But yeah. 1 second on that thing. Yeah. Stony, I've seen something now that I didn't know before. I mean, I kind of did, but kind of forgot. I have your full name right there. I didn't know. I forgot. I said nothing. No one's aware. I didn't dox you. Not yet. You're good. In the tips, in the PayPal tips, I have your full name in my emails. It's a personal thing. Don't worry. But yeah. You have 2 A's next to each other. That's a very... Oh yeah, of course. I mean, everyone has mine. Everyone has mine. Yeah. Yeah, it's time. My body is saying it's too much. It's too much. Yeah. Nah. I would keep the extension thingy, as we said, and yes, that is true. I appreciate it. There is still something that bothers me about that behavior of expanding. Maybe it's the width that thing is taking. I don't know, right? That thing. The fuck. I don't know how much you are right now. 630. Maybe it can be wider a tad. As I said, Facebook 680, 700, 800 is okay because you are just at the limit of the tablet view, so 800 is fine. But then you have a bit of an issue in the width of the content, so I do like that width in a way, but it's, I don't know, some things doesn't work exactly how I wanted. Yep, I don't know. That's it. I don't know. I can't say more than that. I have no clue. But it's an ID, as always, right? It's an ID. It doesn't mean that it's exactly what you need to do. Maybe just do a test on your end to see if the expansion works. Your first update before we started to talk about expanding sections is good. You have basically what I want to see, as I said, right? You get the it's in the same order. It's just that it pushes me down if I want to see the content. That's why I went to the expansion. But in a way, I arrive on the page for the first time. I have my basic timeline, then I have my how-to, then I have my tips. So it flows just in the same direction. So I'm not really against it, but just it could be more interesting. Could. Yeah. Right? I can't. I'm mad. I need to sleep now. But I would love to review your landing page next time, like tomorrow. If you are here tomorrow, with pleasure. Yes, but like right now, I brain cannot think at that instant. It's just. Just saying no. He's like, no, not today. So yeah. No, not 1 hour longer than usual. 2 hour longer than usual. Usual is like 3:30. 3 hours to 3:30. So yeah. No. 5:20 is not fun. 4:20, yes. 5:20, yeah. 5:0, yes, but too late. I. Right. Yes, Sassy, I agree. I can hear it. I don't like it. I don't like it. No, not 11.5. Anyways, I pressed the button. I did press a button. So we're reading Maddie. Maddie is a data analyst. So, right. Let's do that. This is a raid message for non-subs, and this one is a raid message for subs. I wish it was raid 2, but I didn't. You can press the button to say join the raid. Please do that. That would be highly appreciated. If you're here and you enjoy the stream, the long ass stream of today, please click the follow button, follow count here, so that we have more people here. We just passed 1,522, which is cool. We like that. As always, if you want to follow me on socials, the mentor is here. Join the Discord if you want to. Give me money if you want to. It's not needed. And yeah. I should be back tomorrow, unless I'm dead during the night. I mean, could happen. I never know. And yeah. We've had gas leak in the building the whole morning, so maybe I explode tonight. I don't know. Okay, bye!